Good, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the meeting. And it's a rather long agenda. So what I am going to be asking, 2 or 3 things. I'm going to be quite strict with standing orders. I'm going to ask members to keep their contributions to 3 minutes, if you can, please, because there's a number of items that we have to address going forward. I would prefer, if you can, to make sure if you want to speak that you raise your yellow hand on the machine so that we can keep note of that. And if you could keep muted during the course of the meeting unless you want to speak, I would be grateful for that. It's been a challenging period over the last week, and we'll cover some of that as we go through. So I will start the meeting with the council prayer. We ask that through council's discussions and decisions that representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. So thank you for that. Now, I just also want to pause for a minute to say to Aisha and her team, it's been a difficult time for a number of reasons, Ducky, because we thought we were doing this together at one stage and so on. And so it's been a challenging time for Aisha and her team. And I just want to put on record, Aisha, for you and all of you who work with Aisha, thank you very much for the hard work and dedication you've put in. We do just want to recognise it and are grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that as we get to, and now I've also got a run sheet here, so you'll bear with me. Let me just find it. And I'll do my best to stick to things, but I know Aisha and Sean and others will, and I know all of you will keep me in line anyway, as you always do. And we've obviously got people coming with deputations. I just want you to know that when we get to maintenance and renewal contracts, which is item 6.4, that will be taken in committee. The issue of Matauri Bay wastewater treatment will be taken in committee. The 3 water reforms, which on my calendar is 7.2, but I think on the run sheet it's now 7.4. Well, we will take the report, the couple of letters that I have circulated to elected members. I will want to take those in committee because it's not our place to release them. It's for the people who are doing that. So when we get to that, I will move into committee. We will then discuss them and then whatever decision we take, but that will be also held in committee. We've got to, we were also going to be considered, there was a notice of motion that Felicity had put forward around Thai Park Point. That's now been withdrawn for, I understand, very good positive reasons, which is lovely. So that, I think, is all that I need to say at the beginning of this meeting. So I will take, there's apologies for lateness from Dave Clinton. We'll accept an apology from Moku on the grounds that he may not come back today, but we'll accept them, of course, if he does. So I'll move those apologies. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Rachel. Can we just, do we need to vote, or can we just say all in favour, please say aye? Nod. We'll accept the apologies. Okay, thank you. So we're just a little bit ahead of time for deputations. But I'm just wondering, is Jane with us already? Do we know, Aisha?
I haven't seen her, but please bear with me while I just scroll through the attendees again.
Okay, I'm just wondering whether Craig Hobson, Josh Port and Frida Rewai might be with us then. Have you seen them, Felicity?
I believe Frida may be with us, Your Worship. Can we just check with you, Frida?
Freda's even got a virtual hand raised.
Yes, I'm here.
You're here.
Josh is here too.
And Josh is here too. Okay, well, what we might do is we'll start with Josh and Freda. And given there's two of you, I'll look. I know it's normally 5 minutes, but I'll give you 3 or 4. Just if you'd just keep your comments as brief as you can. And the floor is yours. Welcome to our meeting. It's great to have you with us. We have met, I do recall, once before in Te Ahu and had a discussion on this, but this is to give us an update. So wherever you are, I just can't see you on my screen, but the floor is yours, please.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Josh Port and I am from Northland Basketball. Craig was going to be fronting this for us, but he's not here, so I guess I'm going to take the reins. The deputation is around the lease of the old warehouse building. I believe that you will have all been sent the initial design that has kind of come up, which we've done as a design, as a discussion document to be shared with the community if everything goes ahead from your guys' side. I'd like to hand over to Freda first to give you a little bit of background as to kind of the why behind what we're trying to do, and then I'll fill in some of the detail after that.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora, everyone. My name is Freda Riwai. I am a basketball development officer for Northland at this moment in time. I also am a resident and have been pretty much my whole life in Kaitaia, and we'll try to go through it quickly. But just from where I'm coming from as a person of Kaitaia, I grew up playing basketball, have had a lot of opportunities to play overseas and travel to America and all that stuff you would kind of want as a young person.
Sorry, Freda, can you turn your camera on?
Oh, is it not on?
No.
Hold on a second. Sure. Says it's on.
Just carry on anyway, Freda.
My dad is Manuela Riwai. Some of you will probably know him. He's worked in the community a lot. My mum is Karen Riwai, who works for Te Raro at the moment. As I said before, I went to Kaitaia Primary School, Kaitaia Intermediate. At a young age, I kind of knew what I wanted, and I wanted to play competitively as a basketball player, and through that I was able to, through the help of my community, and just kind of noticed that basketball is probably the biggest growing sport at this moment in New Zealand, and we're kind of struggling to keep up with the demands of it all. So when this came up about a potential community centre or sports hub came up, I was definitely all for it. I'm just going to be honest. I think it'll be the perfect place, honestly, for not just basketball, but for our community. I've noticed there's not too much for our youth and places to go to kind of get off the street and just be in a positive atmosphere. So for me, it's definitely more than basketball. It's a place for our youth to go and to do what they like to do, which is sports is our main thing, music, art, all that hands-on stuff. And for me, I just think it would make a big difference.
Thank you, Freda. We'll need to draw you to an end because I see Craig's just come on and
yes.
Also. So Josh, and we've only got 2 or 3 minutes left.
Go for it, Craig.
Kia ora. Kia ora, everyone. So I've been requested by iwi to come on board and share our support for this initiative for our community, for our young people. So far on board, we've got Te Apori, ourselves, Nai Takato, Te Rarawa, and also now talking to Anahera Herbert, Ngāti Kahu. I'm just waiting for a email to be returned to me via Harry to support this initiative. So iwi have come together to support an initiative for our community, especially based around our young people. We believe that, well, we do know that this sport is now one of the biggest leading sports in New Zealand for numbers. We have 2 places at the moment, which is Aniwaniwa and Kairau College. The numbers are too far and too great, and we need a centralised placement, and the warehouse in Kairau would be the perfect fitting arena for this venture in the community perspective with iwi. So just a few little notes I'll put down, and I know we are on borrowed time here, but I do believe that our youth need something, and it's a good way for us to come together in a proper partnership with our communities and do something that's more beneficial for our young people. So the warehouse fit for purpose, we did have a look at the pack and save. That is not fit for purpose for us. The requirements for the specs inside do not suit the need, and to bring it up to scratch before we even start is quite a substantial amount of money. The feedback from iwi is that if we don't do something for our young ones, you know, we may lose them. This is an opportunity for them to become and get in a sporting career, not on a national level, but also an international level. As you know, basketball is a big player around the world, but the centre won't be
just... Give you a minute to wind up, please.
Yep. It's the centre itself will not be just utilised for basketball. You'll have your indoor sports like we used to have up here in Kairau that went off, indoor cricket, indoor volleyball, indoor netball, and it's a growing arena. So our thing as iwi is that, yeah, we're back at 100%, and you don't get that. You know that, Mayor, that iwi don't lightly jump into something without thinking about it very clearly. So if basketball Northland needs our full support, they got it, and I'll guarantee we'll get the last iwi to be part of this. And if we don't succeed in this, wow, we don't like being told how to do things. We the leaders, this is our rohe, our area, and we're in support, just as we are on Ilgay, say Sean. We are always there, and we're always there to support, to work together. So hopefully we can all work together in this. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
1 minute summary.
Yeah, I think so far we've talked about the basketball aspect of this. This facility is a whole lot more than basketball. We're trying to put a commercial kitchen in for whānau ora and cooking classes, all of that kind of stuff. We are doing community rooms, so that all of the smaller community groups that currently don't have a space, or the spaces are too used or too expensive, we're trying to create spaces for everyone within the community to be able to come in and use spaces for cheap. As an example, Niwa at the moment costs us $54 per hour per court. The proposal, because we're trying to do this in a sustainable way where it doesn't cost the community, we're looking at court hireage costs of $5 an hour. And so that gives you a perspective on actually what we're trying to do is create spaces and places for the community to be safe, to be off the streets, and actually a place for them all to call home. So think about this as a lot more than just basketball. This is all sports, but actually all of community as well.
Josh, thank you very much. And can I just say to the three of you, thank you for coming and presenting today. And as you know, we'll be debating this later on towards the end of the meeting. Stay safe and vaccinate if you haven't already. Thank you very much. Can I turn to Jane, please? Welcome, Jane, and it's lovely to have you on as always. Where are you? Oh, right there.
Have I arrived?
Yes, hello, young lady. Lovely to see you again.
Good morning, you two. And I can't see everybody else, so I'm going to practice my looking at the camera technique instead of looking at the screen. I just wanted to come in to talk when we have to, in bringing a deputation related to the agenda. And I've got a couple of questions because clearly you're making decisions about the representation review. And I've been privy to some of what happened because I participated in the hearing that you had on representation review. And now we can see the final proposal that you're going to be looking at today. And in the interim, I've done a little look at myself because I couldn't understand why you would be proposing a general ward for the 4 Māori seats and still having electoral wards for the general role. So I've requested the certificate that Stats New Zealand provides according to the schedule in the Local Electoral Act. And that certificate presents a population of 71,000, and it says there are 25,000 on the Māori electoral population. So it talks basically about residents, and clearly there's a big difference between what Stats New Zealand is looking at as Māori electoral population and what the general public would consider an electoral population, because we have a Māori roll that only has 14,000 people on it, and we have a general roll that has 33,000 people, and yet we have this big division. And I wanted to speak briefly before you make your decision today about needing to communicate why it's ended up with what is on the face of it a very inequitable, unfair representation system where a Māori vote on the electoral roll has twice the weight, essentially, as a person voting on the general roll, because the electoral roll ends up representing lots of people who aren't even on the roll. So they've elected voluntarily to be on the general roll, or they are younger than 18. And it's really odd to be talking about democracy and one person, one vote, and the emancipation of women, and New Zealand did this wonderful thing in the 1800s of giving a woman a vote. Sorry, my 1 minute?
Sorry, you have already spoken to the representation review via the hearings process, so we're not able to provide an equal opportunity now to the other submitters if you use this deputation time to speak to the representation review. You've requested this time to speak to the local government reform, so I think you need to stick to that topic.
I don't accept that, Aisha, because no, I don't accept that, because this is a matter on your agenda today that I'm speaking to, and I'm within my rights under standing orders to speak on anything on the agenda, regardless of whether or not there's been a hearing about it previously.
Let's not have a debate. Carry on, Jane, and we'll just, you've got another 2 minutes to go.
So my point was that there's a need for you to do communications about it, because I know I get in, because I've got a ratepayer's hat on continuously, I get asked a lot of questions and I facilitate discussions with people and talk to people about what they think. And there is a really big misunderstanding about this, and it's been lumped on. The government certainly hasn't done it, a little bit like they have done a really poor job in disclosing what's really going on with the Three Waters initiative. They've kind of left it for you to do the communications with the public. And we can see there's a lot of unrest in the country at the moment, not just because of the COVID response and mandates or requirements for vaccines, and vaccine passports. There's a lot of going on around SNAs, climate change and the carbon emissions, the methane proposals, and now we've also got this balls up, as far as I'm concerned, with communicating around the representation review. And everybody supported Māori seats, but it hasn't ended up with a fair representation for voters. And the last thing I'll mention very, very quickly is we still don't see anything about the district plan, because I know I'm running out of time.
You are running out of time.
The district plan was meant to be notified. The district plan was meant to be notified in November, and we haven't seen anything more about it since it was released for discussion at the same time as everything else was released back in March. So we have as communities, we haven't done anything around structure planning and the zoning that's being proposed. I think you're heading into a lot of bun fights, basically, and you'll have a very fractured community.
Thank you,
so
Jane.
Better communications, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming on as always. Thank you very much. Can we go to Steve Mutton, please?
Kia ora.
Good morning. How are you, my friend?
Good, thank you. Your
Good to have you on board.
Thank you. So kia ora tātou, ko mana te manga, ko whangarei te readinga Puora te Moana, no whangarei ahu ko Steve Mutton tōku ingoa. So kia ora everyone, I'm Steve Mutton, the Director of Regional Relationships for Te Tai Tokoro and me Tamaki Mikado. And the purpose of my role is to build a strong regional relationships at a senior level and also provide that feedback loop into our organisation on your key issues and regional views that will shape the work that we do at Waka Kotahi. So thank you for having me this morning. I know, Your Worship, I have 5 minutes of your valuable time, and I'll talk quickly about our purpose and the work that we do at Waka Kotahi, our new regional relationship model, and also our focus in Northland. So first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the mahi of Mayor Carter, Councillor Court, Councillor Stratford, and also Sean Clark, who I work very closely with. They represent Northland and your council extremely well and working with me to create a safer and more resilient transport system in the far north. So Waka Kotahi purpose, it's moving together. Moving is the essential purpose of transport, but it also speaks to forward momentum. Together is all about partnerships and it's about communities. And you put these two words together and our purpose is about considering the system, networks, people, infrastructure, services, different modes of transport as an integrated whole. Our vision as an organisation is to have a land transport system connecting people, products and places for a thriving Aotearoa. So our vision describes a system that connects individuals, businesses, communities to each other to provide access to important social and economic opportunities such as work, schools, shops, marae and healthcare. It speaks to our role in keeping towns and regions connected to each other for freight and tourism. So when we deliver our vision, we will have an Aotearoa that has a land transport system that is safe, that's environmentally sustainable, it's effectively and efficiently moving people and freight, and it's meeting current and future needs. So I'd also now like to talk a little bit about our team. So recently, Waka Kotahi has introduced a regional model to strengthen our team presence in regional communities. And our regional leadership teams are here to work in close collaboration with you on local transport issues and initiatives. So now in Northland, I'm very pleased to say we have senior people that have functional accountabilities that are focused. We have an executive sponsor in our executive team. There's myself. We have a Pouarahi Regional Mayor Advisor, a System Design Regional Manager, Infrastructure Delivery Regional Manager, a Maintenance and Operations Regional Manager, Regulatory Services Leader, and a Communications Engagement Manager. So this regional leadership team is focused on your community and the solutions for it. So if you'd like to contact us, please use your channels through Sean Clark and Andy Finch. And I'd like to suggest Your Worship, that we come to your infrastructure and planning meetings on a regular basis, perhaps with the Northern Transportation Alliance, where we can give you regular updates, do deep dives into topics that you're interested in, and answer any questions that you may have. So I'd just like to take a couple of minutes now to talk about some current activities that we have in place now. So our focus in Northland is to help create a safer, more resilient transport system that supports that economic growth, stronger community connections, and provides better access to employment opportunities. The National Land Transport Program, the NLTP, is investing $751 million into Northland the next 3-year period, which is exciting, and I know that the NTA will discuss this with you later in the meeting. Some key initiatives that Waka Kotahi are working on right now include the review of 11 state highways that are part of the Northland Speed Review. We're now planning for the next phase, starting early next year. We will consult on the detailed proposal for the speed limit changes that we're recommending on 707 kilometres of our state highways. To support this, we are working on a speed campaign which aims to support our speed conversations with your communities and raise public awareness about the role speed reviews play in keeping people safe, and expect to see this released at the end of the month on television and also other key channels. We have a new safety infrastructure project commenced on State Highway 10 Kaio to Pakaraka. This project focuses on a 40-kilometre corridor involved widening the centre line, adding a median barrier. What's great is that this project's estimated to save more than 2 deaths and serious injuries per year once the project's complete. We're also completing the replacement of the 1-lane Kaio Bridge with a 2-lane bridge and a roundabout intersection, and there are a number of small projects that have been undertaken on state highway and local roads. And lastly, in regards to maintenance, Our past 3 years have seen the biggest programs delivered by a team in Northland, and we continue to build on programs over the next 3 years for pavement and resurfacing. We acknowledge we've had some areas to address, and we have a plan in place to address these. I think our team's doing a great job to manage a challenging network. We've seen, as you know, very dry summers and also storm events, so it's been a real challenge. But with our available funding, we certainly prioritise our spend in the right place and look to intervene at the right time. So just lastly, Your Worship, I think that conversations over the next 12 to 24 months is going to be dominated on a sustainable funding model for transport investment, about reducing transport emissions and achieving 0 deaths and serious injuries on our roads. And now the government has released its emission reduction plan, we need to start this conversation on how the Far North District Council and Waka Kotahi will respond to this plan. So once again, thank you for your time, Worship. Kia ora.
And Steve, thank you. Can I acknowledge very much the, can people go on mute, please? Can I just acknowledge very much the communication we have with you? Much appreciated. And the fact that you're there and you're suggesting that you meet with our infrastructure committee. I'll talk with Anne and Felicity about that, and I'm sure that they will welcome that. So thank you very much for your time, and stay safe.
Thank you.
Now turn to Shirley and Julie and Nora, please. Shirley, you're on mute, Shirley. You're still on mute, Shirley. There you go.
How's that? Sorry. Okay. I'm Shirley Ayres from Kairos Connection Trust and Ngātere here. Nora was saying that she had already had an appointment this morning, so she sends her apologies. But I'm not sure if there is somebody representing Ngātere here. If you are here, welcome. Julie Scott from Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust will be joining me partway through the presentation. So next slide, please. Kairos has been doing some research into the lack of affordable housing in Kerikeri. So, and all of Kerikeri employers surveyed are very concerned for accommodation for their staff, especially in the wake of COVID, including our 1,000+ packhouse staff. We spoke to Community Fitness Gym and they're concerned for all new employees, particularly those aged 20 to 35. Kerikeri High School are noticing a trend for new teachers coming into the area having difficulty finding accommodation. They're aware of some new teachers having to move in with other teachers in order to stay in the area to teach at Kerikeri High School. Kerikeri Primary School has the same problem also. Next, please. So Kerikeri Village is concerned for 60% of their staff. And that's an alarming statistic, especially since they actually pay above the minimum wage. They have cases of both partners working full-time, but not being able to afford accommodation either to rent or buy in Kerikeri. And they're also aware of Avida's 450-unit residential care facility under development. And I've been told this, it's a rumour, you would be able to substantiate it or not, but that Somerset are coming in and I've heard, I'm not sure if this is true, that they've bought up the Bing property at Woodlands. And as far as we're aware, there are no plans to house the required workers. So I've just put a little table there and I'll leave this presentation to circulate around you. But we've done a little tally up of the number of retirement units and gated communities, and we're up to about 953 and counting. So currently 60% of superannuitants in New Zealand own their own home, but that means 40% do not. And so they don't have a home to sell to afford the license to occupy at a residential care village. So this is expected to grow to 50% within the next 30 years, or I think it could be even sooner. Next, please. So we've looked at tenancy services, current market rental prices in Kerikeri, and this is what we downloaded from their website. So we're looking at the cost of rentals. For a 1-bedroom, we're looking at a lower quartile of $308 a week up to $365, and then we go down to 4 bedrooms starting at $598 a week up to $650 a week. Next, please. So we did a little bit of a few scenarios. We thought about a few scenarios involved, like what would be suitable for, say, a 1-bedroom. You'd have perhaps a single superannuitant or a single minimum wage earner. And we did a little bit of a tally up of what their net weekly income would be, and thought, well, if the affordable threshold is set at 35% of the net income, everything in red indicates unaffordable and green indicates affordable. So you can see there's not very much green in that table based on the incomes that we have here in Kerikeri and affordability of rental accommodation. But I'll let you have a look at that later. So the availability of rental homes is another problem. And we did a quick search on the 12th of August on Trade Me, and we found we had 1 2-bedroom unit to rent at $350 per week. So, but that would only be affordable for a net household income of $1,000 or more. The only other 2-bedroom unit in Kerikeri was $550 per week, and so that's leaning towards the upper quartile. There was 1 3-bedroom unit in Kerikeri at $450 per week, affordable for a household income of $1,240. The only other 3-bedroom unit in Kerikeri was $570 per week, so that's at the upper quartile again. Next, please. Coming back to some of the employers' perspectives again, New World are concerned for 80% of their staff, including management, and they've actually lost staff in the past due to a lack of affordable accommodation to rent or buy in Kerikeri. Far North District Council, you would know this, you employ up to 380 staff, and on average, according to Deborah Norman, you have 4 to 6 new staff per month. Salaries are moderate to high for Northland. There's been a growing trend over the last 2 years with incoming staff not even looking in Kerikeri to rent or buy because there's nothing affordable available. So it's become apparent that even those in management in Kerikeri on modest incomes are being adversely affected. Houses for purchase in Kerikeri. According to Real Property, the median price in Kerikeri for a house was $850,000 for the first quarter of this year. It's probably more than that. Now, those who've lived and worked on the average wage in Northland of $56,784 a week, or a year, or $1,092 per week, that's as at April according to Stats New Zealand, can no longer afford to purchase a home. In fact, the median house price is now almost 15 times the average wage or salary. Next, please.
Shirley, you've got about a minute left, please.
Okay, so houses for purchase in Kerikeri, again, a search on Trade Me showed there was only 3 2-bedroom units at $475,000 each. Next, please. And so we want to cross now to Julie. Julie is going to tell us about some of the exciting things they've been doing down in Queenstown to tackle their affordability.
If you could make it quick, please.
Yep, kia ora everyone. Sounds like you have a lot of the same problems that we have here in the Queenstown Lakes. So just quickly, we have been going for 14 years. We were initiated out of council, although we are an independent community housing trust. We have 34 million worth of net assets. The bulk of our funding, as you can see in this pie graph, and this is critical, comes from inclusionary zoning. So I think this is where Shirley's heading today to talk about that. We've received a little bit from council, a little bit from the Crown, but the bulk of it comes from inclusionary zoning. Next slide. So I think you all understand the premise of inclusionary zoning, but it's about value uplift. When land is rezoned, say from rural to residential, the value uplift is immediately created. So it's about the community taking a small portion of that value uplift and retaining it for the purposes of affordable housing. It really is as simple as that. Next slide. So this is as a result of our council implementing inclusionary zoning of the last sort of 15 to 20 years, we now have a pipeline of future developments ahead of us. So obviously we've had the 24 million to date, and this is what we've got in our pipeline just over the next 3 to 4 years. You can see total of around 100, at least 300 sections. I won't go, seeing we're running out of time, I won't go into detail, but we do offer a leasehold program, an assisted ownership model, which is based on leasehold. We call it the Secure Home Program, and essentially the household buys in at the cost of construction and they pay a below market ground rent. And the reason why that model is sustainable and financially feasible for us is because of the inclusionary zoning. So it's a really important factor. Look, I'm going to leave it here. These slides, you're welcome to read them at your own leisure, and of course come back to me if you have any questions.
Aisha, can we go to the last 2 slides, please? So we'd just like to finish off on behalf of Kairos and Ngāti Rehia. We've got an invitation for council to consider adopting the inclusionary zoning principles currently operating through Queenstown Lakes. And we'd like to invite the Whānau District Council to lead by example in allocating 10% of the sports hub, 44 hectares at State Highway 10, to Ngāti Rehia and Kairos, proportionate to need. And we reckon we've probably got 2/3 Māori and then 1/3 non-Māori, Ngāti Rehia, Kairos split there. That's just our observation, and so Kairos is currently seeking to become a community housing provider. So we'll leave it there with you.
Well, can I just say thank you both for your presentation. It's certainly really, really interesting. It is to me anyway, and I know that we will want to continue talking, and Sean obviously will keep us appraised as we move forward. So thank you both very much for your time. Really appreciated it, and lovely seeing you both. Stay safe.
Thank
and
you.
Encourage vaccination. Thank you. All the best. Okay, well, we will now turn to the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is mayoral announcements. I will make comment on a number of things as we go forward. I just want to say this, and I know we've all experiencing it. This is just the most challenging, strangest, busy, crazy busy time ever, and I've never experienced anything like this in all my time as politician in whatever source. So I just want to acknowledge that. I want to thank everybody for just working together as closely as we can. There's been some issues that we've had to address, and they will continue to. But I just want to say again, thanks everybody for your patience and working together. That's what's going to get us through this. So can I just move to item 5.1, 5.1, confirmation of minutes. I will move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Felicity. Has anybody got any comments? Can I just also ask one other thing? If you've got comments to make, can you please make them sharp and succinct as you're going through? So thank you all very much. Is there anybody got any comments they wish to make about the minutes? Otherwise, I'll put the motion. Can't see any hands up, so we'll have a vote, please. I'm in favour. Anne?
In favour.
Is David with us yet? If
I
not,
am, yes.
You are. Thank you, David. Dave Collard?
In favour.
Felicity Foy?
Favour.
Matty?
Aye.
Rachel? Aye. Kelly?
Aye.
And John Busich?
Aye.
I'm sure Muka's not with us to my knowledge. Can someone confirm that? Right, thank you. So the motion's passed. We will move on. So can we come to item 6.1 on page 35, committee recommendations and resolutions. I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Vucic has his hand raised.
Beg your pardon?
Councillor Vucic has his hand raised.
Oh, I beg your pardon, John.
You can have a seconder first and then I'll comment.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy to second your worship.
We'll assume you're seconding, are you?
We've got that Councillor Smith has seconded the motion.
Okay, thank you. And then John and then Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. There's a few things in there that I want clarity about with this motion. In fact, I'd like it voted on parts as well. The thing is, we raised in the policy committee. There's a number of things we raised, which is on page 41. If you move forward in your agenda, you'll see there and some things that were raised. I'm just scrolling through to there, and you'll see in the and I take it that this is not being lost. There was a carried amendment on item 5.1 in the policy and strategy committee. It is not in the recommendation that's shown above, but I presume that will be included at maybe at a later date. So I want the answer to that. The second thing I actually raised was this word agree. I want clarity. Is it councillors agreeing with staff here? It's not a word you should be using. I would suggest you actually change that to approve. It's just not good practice. So those are my comments there. I do have some detailed comments about the dust management, but I'll leave my comments at that until we get into the debate.
Thank you, John. Can we have answers to John's question before we come to Kelly, please?
If there was a carried recommendation to council that has been omitted, then that is an error, and we recommend you add it to the motion on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Does that cover your questions, John?
Can I then? I don't really want to for something that is really sorting out the English of it and the way we govern. The word agree, which is not recommend you use, should be made to be approved.
Okay. All right. If we can have that alteration. Kelly, do you want to make something, please?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to highlight, since this is the first time doing this, collecting up all the committee resolutions into one paper, one recommendation. At the Strategy and Policy Committee, it was said, oh, well, you have another crack at it when it gets to council. Enveloping all the committee resolutions into one paper, to me, it doesn't feel like we're going to. We've got a lot of agenda items in this council meeting. For anybody that wasn't at the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting, they might feel that we, got to a consensus on those resolutions when we didn't. It was a 50-50, especially around the dust management policy, that I'm not happy that we're losing, because I do not feel that the matrix is, it doesn't have the rationale and the reason for why dust management is an issue. And then when we come to the Northland Road Land Transport Plan, we lose our dust suppressants as an item there. I'll raise that then, but yeah, I'm going to vote against the resolution, and I would ask that we separate them paper by paper so that we can have another crack at items of concern.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much, Kelly, for that comment. And just in response, before I ask Darren's got his hand up. John, have you got your hand up again as well?
I was just in support of Councillor Stratford.
Okay.
That was the dust matrix was an issue. The policy was the issue there. Sorry, we need a policy which defines how the dust matrix works and that to be available to the public. So I think we will have to fix this. If we don't do it now, we'll be pushing later on to fix it.
All right, can we make a note of that, Sean, just that it obviously needs to be addressed? Can I just make this point, and I see Anne's got her hand raised as well. This obviously is a new system we're trying, so it's going to evolve. So we'll just have to take it through quietly as we go through. I've got Anne, and then I've got Rachel and Sean.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to raise a point of order. The purpose of this paper is to report the decisions that were made in committee. These are the decisions that were made in committee, and I do accept that they didn't land unanimously. This is not an opportunity to relitigate them. So we need to be very, very clear what the purpose of this report is. Thank you.
Thank you. Now somebody's just sent me a message telling me David Clendon before you, Rachel. So David, okay, so we've got David first and then Rachel. David Clendon.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm now a little bit confused having heard what Anne said. I understand this is a motion in effect, and there's a number of parts to it, A to F, which we are voting on. And I would have thought it's a unique motion. It hasn't been before council before, so we most certainly should be able to make some comments about the elements, the different points covered by it. Assuming we're going to deal with these one at a time, I'll reserve. There's a couple of points I do want to make about A and F. I can do that now or wait until we come to those particular items. But I do stress this is a new item. This is a motion before council that council hasn't addressed before. So we absolutely do have the right to speak to the various parts of it, I'm sure.
And that's the point. I am going to go through them A to F, and I do expect if there is comments. But Anne's right. It's a follow-up from the committee, so we don't need to relitigate. But if there's new points that come in, then of course we should consider them. And as I just said, it's a new system, so it's evolving. So we'll just have to take it through quietly. Rachel, you want to comment? Kelly, is your hand up again? Rachel, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm also a little bit confused now. I was just going to go through and speak to each of them, A to F, briefly in support, acknowledging that all of these reports did come through our Mammoth Strategy and Policy Committee, and there will be some public concerns, especially, I think, around these. A, with the final 2100 strategy, I just want to echo that it was reflected at committee that while it wasn't perfect, it was a good starting point, and acknowledging where we are at in terms of needing to have a foundation that we can move from was really important. Also acknowledging the next steps of the spatial planning that are now in early stages of progress for the Kirikiri Waipapa area first. B is fairly straightforward, as is C. I just want to acknowledge the points that my colleagues have made around point D. There was a lot of hesitation around this, and it did go to the vote. It was quite tight, but the point that I want to make about the dust management policy was the very strong technical advice was the matrix was the more superior tool. I don't claim to understand exactly how the workings of those work. That is not my role. My role is to look at the advice which the committee have followed, and the dust management will be a really big piece of work going forward. The point E, the naming policy for roads, open spaces and council facilities. I just want to again really pay homage to this piece of work and the involvement of our community boards. This has been a really big issue for a long time in a lot of our communities and with our hapu especially. So really looking forward to moving into a more bilingual space with naming of our public facilities. And then F, acknowledging that I support F as well, especially knowing that we will be working on an enablement plan on how we can actually deliver this, that we are only supporting in principle at the moment because resources are not finite. Those are my comments. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate that. Sean.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, just for clarification, the community boards and the committees from time to time make decisions that are outside their delegation, and that's what this paper is in this case. You'll note that elsewhere in the agenda there are a couple of...
Point of order, this was not outside the delegation. Our delegation is to recommend to council. So I just want to be really clear on that. We did not operate outside of delegation as a committee. Thank you.
Oh, I absolutely agree, Councillor Rachel, absolutely agree. It's outside of the delegation of the group to make the final decision. It's well within the delegation of community boards and committees to make recommendations to council. So these all require your endorsement today to become operative. I am supporting this vehicle of massing them in an omnibus of recommendations, because on the strategy committee under Councillor Rachel and with Darren Edwards in support, you've got 8 out of 10 councillors and also a community board chair on board. So you've almost got the entire council there anyway. And so we're kind of hoping that as going forward, there might be a higher level of confidence exercised in ordinary council about the recommendations that are coming from the respective committees. They've been well considered and debated and don't need to be unanimous to be valid. They only need to pass by a majority, which in this case they have. So this is our first crack, and we take any feedback that you've got, but we would hope that these get reasonably easy passage because they've been well considered by Councillor Rachel's committee. Could I just finish by saying Councillor Vusic's points are well taken. My apologies, we should change that operative from agree to approve. And one other point about the recommendation.
You're missing one, as Aisha pointed out.
Your Worship, that's why I have my hand raised. Just for clarification, Councillor Vusic, I've gone through and checked each of the recommendations that were carried from the committee, and I can't see which one you think might be missing.
You go down to page 41 on your paper in front of you, and you'll see there it says that the definition of action under Public Works Act 1981, it's got carried.
So that was an amendment, but it wasn't a recommendation to council.
Oh, so it's come through, and that was my question. So it's going to be picked up by staff. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sean, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so what, as I say, this is evolving, and it's our first shot, and I've got to say I think it's done well, and I just take the comments that this has been debated in the same way as our representation issue when it comes up. We've had long debate about that as well, and I don't expect to relitigate that again either. So I'm happy to take these separately. Did we have a mover and a seconder for this recommendation, by the way?
Yes, you did. We
did. Okay, so what we will do, who moved? I moved and Rachel seconded. So what I will do is as requested, I'll take them one by one for voting, just so that we can, but that may not be the practice, but we'll just do it in this case. So on item number 1, 6.1a, I'm in favour.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Opposed.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Opposed.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
And Councillor Vusic.
Aye.
Okay, so that's passed. Number B. I'm in favour. Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vusic.
Aye.
Right, item C. I'm in favour.
Support, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Collard.
Aye.
Foy,
Oppose.
Radich,
Against.
Smith,
Support.
Stratford,
Aye.
Usage.
All right.
Down to D, I'm in favour.
Support.
Councillor Clendon,
Aye.
Collard,
Aye.
Foy,
Opposed.
Radich,
Against.
Smith,
Support.
Stratford,
Against. Against.
Usage.
Opposed.
So what's that leave us? Was it carried? I couldn't see the voting numbers.
Your worship, we've got that is carried 5-4.
Thank you. We're up to E. I'm in favour.
Support.
Thank you. Clendon,
Aye.
Collard,
Aye.
Foy,
Aye.
Radich,
Great.
Smith,
Support.
Stratford,
Aye.
Usage.
Aye.
Right, that's carried. And F, I'm in favour.
Support.
Councillor Clendon,
Oppose.
Collard,
Support.
Foy,
Support.
Radich,
Against.
Smith,
Support.
Stratford,
Aye.
Usage.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Those are all passed. I just want to say again, thank you for your understanding, if that's the right word. It's a learning curve for us. I think it will work well for us as we move forward and as it evolves. Representation arrangements final proposal I'm going to move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, your worship.
Thank you. Now, I just want to make the point on this, that we spent 2 or 3 hours in a workshop. We spent 2 hours in an open council meeting on it. And so unless somebody's got something new to say, I do not expect us to relitigate. So is there anybody want to speak on bringing up something new? Councillor Usage has got his hand up.
One thing that was brought to my attention, and that you'll notice with the Kaiko Hoking Award, that while it's small in number, there was some territory taken off that ward, which result therefore in the numbers in that ward dropping, which has a significant financial impact given the ward rate is the highest of all the wards. And I don't know proper consultation was done on that. Just it seems a bit odd because the Bay of Islands Wangor General Ward is one of the largest, and taking more population away from one of the smallest doesn't seem to quite fit as well. But that was done. You can see that picture on where you effectively, it's further down, but you can have a look at that. It's actually cutting a community of interest, which is the Waimate North as well. Thank you.
Yep. Right, thank you. Any other comments? If not,
that is a potential issue, John.
Yes, we'll note that, John, and obviously consider it as we move forward. Thank you very much for drawing it to our attention. If not, I'm going to put the resolution. Can I have the vote up, please? I'm in favour.
Support.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich.
Yay.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Yeah, I support it, but that's my concern.
Yep, we'll make a note of that. And Sean, if you can please make comment on that at appropriate time.
Copied, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we now go to item 6.3. Just bear with me while I get there. On 6.3 on page 107, also move. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second. Thank you, your worship.
Thank you. I don't intend to comment. Councillor Court, do you wish to comment?
Your Worship, the NTA has worked up a presentation to support the recommendation on page 107 of the agenda. I would prefer that that happened first.
Sorry, that it happened first. Okay, thank you. All right, and I'm just checking, Calvin, are you here? I assume you are.
Calvin and the team are here, John.
Right, okay, if we can pass the floor to you, Calvin, to give us your wisdom, your wise words of wisdom, Calvin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the Chair, I'd just like to introduce Dawn Spence, who's the NTA Asset Management and Strategy Lead. Her and her team have developed the paper and the presentation, including Kushler and obviously Jeff Devine. And Dawn will take you through the presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I trust everyone can actually see my screen and hear me clearly.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we can.
Excellent. Then let me just start off. I'll keep it as short as I possibly can. It does relate to the paper, but we have done a few extra slides for clarity. So this paper is on the budget subsidy for the 2021-24 NLTP. We believe this is a good news story we bring to you because we have increased the maintenance, operations and renewals budgets, increased the road safety budgets and increased the low cost, low risk budgets. It's also a considerable improvement from the indicative budgets which were previously announced. As a general reminder, we have 4 buckets of NLTP funding and we've represented these in graphs. We show them as the blue stack is the previous year's NLTP funding. The orange stack represents what we asked for under the AMP, and the gold stack is what we actually received. So if we first focus on FNDC, and in detail, we requested a 44% increase and we received a 26% increase overall. And these were the areas on the left under the blue where we had increased our request, and these are the ones where they were declined or reduced. We then look at the road safety promotions, and again, when we focus on FNDC, there is a significant increase of 57% against the previous year, and this is for an increase in the alcohol and drugs safety and restraints program, as well as an increase for REAP and Kerry Kerry, and the addition of an in-house NTA coordinator. Then we have the low cost, low risk roading investments, which are under 2 million investment activities. And as we can see here, there was nearly a double, over 200% requested increase, but we received 45% increase for the low cost, low risk projects. And the lists of the projects summarized on this slide, but also added to the tables in the paper. And then we have the investment activities again, which were the major projects. These were given funding categories as probable, possible, or not included in the NLTP. Probable indicates that there is funding available once we submit the correct application to Waka Kotahi. This is then where we come to the local share portion. So what I have done is I've taken the tables from the paper and converted them into a graphical representation. So this was the AMP budget request. These boxes here is the full amount. 111 million local share road maintenance, including the road safety promotion, and 45 million low cost, low risk portion was the proposal we put in the AMP document, which is 31% local share council, 69% subsidy from Waka Kotahi. We put that proposal to council under the long-term plan, and we also submitted it to Waka Kotahi. Now the council is the green bars, which shows how much we got, but Waka Kotahi gave us an indicative budget in May, which was significantly less under the road safety and local road maintenance portion. We were then challenged by Audit New Zealand to reduce the LTP portion of the budget to match the indicative summary. So this portion here, we cut back. We have now received the final funding, and this is a graph of the final funding to try and indicate that this was the local share under the LTP, but this is now the portion that has received subsidy funding, and this is the portion for local share, low cost, low risk, against the subsidy portion. So we have looked at these options and we offered 3 proposals for council. Option 1 is where the portion of local share and subsidy match, and we can receive 81% of the portion of works under local road maintenance, including road safety promotion, and 27 million's worth of the low cost, low risk, which basically means that there is a 1 million surplus local share that can be replaced back to council, or 3.2 million replaced back to council under low cost, low risk, and we would be unable to uptake the equivalent of an $11 million subsidy. The second option that I have here is that we take this local share surplus and we use it to uptake the subsidy. It's not the full subsidy, but it's a portion of the subsidy. And we take the local share portion under the roads maintenance and we use it as a rates funded redistribution. The third option that we come up with is that we request council to reinstate the local share of LTP, which was reduced at request of Audit New Zealand, so that we may uptake the full reinstatement of the subsidy available to us, and that the local share portion is redistributed. The main focus of this option on option 3 is that we will then be able to reuse the local share portion to fully fund all the new footpaths that were declined under the current portion. So this brings us to the end of the presentation. And I will remove my slides unless someone else needs to ask questions.
Thank you,
Thank
George.
you very, very much. I appreciate that. And did you want to make comment or questions, and then I'll come to Kelly?
As the seconder, I requested Dawn present first, so I'll now make my comments. And before I get into the substantive matters in the report, can I thank Councillor Rachel Smith and Councillor Kelly Stratford, who both contacted me yesterday to seek clarification on matters in the report, and I sincerely appreciate their engagement in this matter. I think the report speaks to itself. It is incredibly complex. The matter that I wish to turn my mind to is the matter of Audit New Zealand requiring council to adjust our LTP to meet an indicative sum from Waka Kotahi. And that has led us into a situation where we now do not have a local share in the LTP to enable us to uplift the full subsidy that is available. This is unprecedented in my time as an elected member. It's the first time Waka Kotahi has put out an indicative sum. It is the first time Audit New Zealand has required council to reduce the LTP. For the benefit of my colleagues, the same pressure was brought to bear on Whangarei and Kaipara. Both Whangarei and Kaipara said to the Auditor General, we'll live with a tagged audit. We're not prepared to reduce our LTP. The Far North District Council reduced the LTP, and we are now the only council in a position where we have a shortfall. There is a lesson to be learned in this, and my comment is to my colleagues and the Chief Executive, is that I would like a forensic examination into how we arrived at a situation where our LTP was adjusted without this being brought back to elected members. And we are now in a position where we're having to retrospectively make this amendment. I accept that the LTP was adopted by elected members, but given the sheer volume of work required in adopting an LTP, without this item specifically brought to our attention and specifically requiring a resolution of council as a standalone item, we're in this unfortunate situation before us today. I don't say this as a criticism of any staff, because I know that the staff worked 24 hours a day in the lead up to adopting the LTP. But the reality is that there's always a lesson to be learned, and there's always a way to take that lesson and improve our practices moving forward. I will support option 3. I don't think it's the perfect solution. It does leave a lot of gaps, particularly in our street lighting and dust suppression work. But that is a conversation for us to have moving forward around how we might address those shortfalls through other means. And finally, Your Worship, the Minister of Transport, Michael Ward, has initiated a funding review into how Waka Kotahi is funded and where the revenue comes from. I think this is a great opportunity for the Far North District Council to be very active in this space, and I relate to the government the significant challenges that we face when we have to adopt an LTP and ahead of knowing how much money is going to be made available to us, and the logistical challenges that that presents in maintaining the transport network. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I appreciate that. I'm going to ask Kelly and then Rachel and then John Vucic to comment. I can't see any other hands up at the minute. I'm going to allow a discussion on this because if there's one, this is one of the most important subjects that we can discuss as a council. Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, thank you, Anne, for your time yesterday. It helped me to get there with the footpaths, but I'm still not pleased with the resolution because it is not going to address dust suppression. And in previous LTPs, dust suppression application has been an unsubsidised activity. So I would like to ask, and it was, I think it was $500,000 a year. And it made the difference to around 56 of the worst affected roads over the last 2 years. Is this resolution as it stands going to leave houses over the next, this coming summer, unless they're in the dust seal boat, which there are some. So some houses that were getting dust suppression previously will have moved into the dust seal, which is great, but there are still, loads more homes that are affected by the health implications of dusty roads that we were still wanting to, address with the dust suppression. Does this resolution leave them in the dust this summer?
I see Calvin might be able to make comment on that.
Yes, through the chair, just with respect to that question, the request for subsidy was to enable us to increase the dust suppression program that we already have and maximise the use of the existing unsubsidised amount. The dust suppression program as it's previously existed is continuing, and you will see in the next, so last year we awarded a 2-year contract. Year 1 was completed last year. Year 2, Araman, Apicali and the team are in the process of finalising those sites at the moment and working with forestry on their additional sites. So just rest assured that that is continuing. The unsubsidised funding for that is there. What is missed out on is the subsidy component that would have allowed us to effectively do 3 times more.
Oh, thank you so much, Calvin. That alleviates my fears, absolutely, because all I read was the projects that didn't get any subsidy, you're just on hold and we're going to take, our share from those projects and put them into the other, the other things that are a priority.
So through the chair, just and that point is actually what we want to do with the redistribution of the unsubsidised local share. It's that component that funds some of those other activities as unsubsidised and lets us continue to do those. So in that sliver of green bar above option 3 of moving the surplus local share across, that's some of the work that we're able to continue to do as unsubsidised.
Thank you. And sorry, I just found, when we look at percentages and numbers, I really just want to know what the outcomes over the next couple of years are going to be for the greatest, benefit for people. And I couldn't really see that in the report.
We all saw your prayer of thanks, Kelly. So Rachel and then John.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think Councillor Stratford has kind of asked the same sort of question. I think we're on the same wavelength. I was looking for the gaps that our people are going to face. So there's been a focus on, I have one question and one comment, Your Worship. So my question is around, same train of thought as Councillor Stratford, around our active modes, our pedestrian safety, our bus shelters, all of those. What gaps will be faced there, and whether we need to be looking at addressing any of those gaps. My comment was just around, and I'd be interested if we have time to hear from any of our community board chairs, was around the allocation of the footpath spend. I know that some of the conversations around the allocations that the community boards have had were based on what was eligible for funding. Now that the subsidy is not there, my question is, and my hope is, that there will be opportunity for community boards to review their selections and ensure that they're in line with community outcomes. I can only speak with my experience on the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board, but they put their best foot forward from a subsidy point of view. The subsidy is no longer available, and I know that they would quite possibly appreciate being able to perhaps relitigate those conversations over the next 3 years. So kind of a question, kind of a comment. But if I could get some clarity around active mode gaps and pedestrian safety around schools and things, that would be really appreciated. Thank you, Your Worship.
Andy, Calvin.
I suggest Dawn's probably best to answer that, Your Worship.
Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me try to answer. Sorry, I'll put my camera on as well. We do, I mean, the proposal number 3, as we said, is we want to bring the new footpaths in so that we don't miss out on the footpaths, because we believe that is a very important aspect of it. We do work with the community boards regularly to get their footpath lists and to find out which is the correct ones. It's my colleague Nick Marshall, I think he's presented before. He is the main colleague focused on that. But I would say we do actively focus on making sure that the active modes, the safety, that is the other portion that we would like to look at doing, is pedestrian safety aspects. And that's the recommendation we put in option 3.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Rachel?
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. John Busich. You're on mute, John.
Work.
You're all good
there
now.
You go. Sorry about that. What I have, look, I can understand from Councillor Court and the concern about the timing from Waka Kotahi and our long-term plan. That has always been a bit of a problem. So my question really relates to the 3.2 million, so a reinstated portion of the original funding. What impact is that going to be on rates? Because that would be about a 3% increase, but for every million is about 1% on our rates. So since we haven't consulted on that or been removed without coming to us, which I think is a real concern, what is the impact that our ratepayers may face and issues that may result with us not going out for consultation?
Thank you. Who can handle that for us?
Can you help us with that, Janice?
Sorry, I was just trying to find out why other audit opinions didn't seem to get tagged. Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, Janice, yeah, it relates to, if you look at approve option 3, and
Yep.
It's got I and it's got the 1 on the 2. So we are looking at picking
Just be patient. He's disappeared, but he'll come back. Dawn's also got a hand.
Hello, I'm back. Am I?
John, yep.
Yes.
Can you ask your question again, please?
Yeah. So the question was that 3.2 million what impact it's going to be on their rates.
There will be no difference in impact. It was already included in the local share in the long-term plan. This is just redistributing it to other activities. So there's no additional impact.
No, it's not. No, I think it's the reinstate I'm talking about, not the redistribute. I'm not worried about that.
The reinstatement of the renewal funding.
You went to reinstate. Council of Court was mentioning before that we didn't include some of the issues in the long-term plan, and that's how I understand it as well. And then now we are actually, are we reinstating something to the budget that we previously had removed from our long-term plan? I don't have any issue with the redistribute. I can understand that. But are we, so maybe the question should be, are we actually including new funding that we haven't consulted on here?
Through the chair, we are asking you to reinstate the renewal funding to support the subsidy that's now on offer from Waka Kotahi. So the impact on rates is 0 because this is renewal funding. So this isn't rate funded.
Right.
This is capital works.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did I see another hand up on that?
Adele, Your Worship.
Adele. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wanting to know, please, if once this is been signed off by the councillors, so can we expect a visit again re our footpaths, please?
Through the chair, following council's approval of option 1, 2 or 3, we will then work to develop the capital works program. Included in that obviously is the footpath programs, and noting the comment from Councillor Smith previously that the programs that are currently up are ones that are targeted at attracting subsidy. We would need to look to come back to community boards to re-ratify the program or substitute, noting that those programs approved were a 3-year program. We're already 4 months, almost 5 months into that program. By the time we get to community boards, we'll be talking about February. So we would be looking at some informal process with the community board chairs to potentially highlight ones that are definite so that we can commence construction in this current year on those key ones and identify those that may be more contentious that we can come back and discuss at formal community board meetings. We're very mindful that the delays in confirmation of funding is having an impact on delivery in year 1, and we would we'd like to mitigate that as much as we can through some open communication with community board chairs.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And did I see Belinda with a hand up as well? And does someone else with a hand up?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kelvin. You virtually answered that for me. We do have a very lengthy footpath, shed path list at the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board. We have spent a lot of time workshopping on it this year. You'll be pleased to know, to work out the forever shifting connectivity and linkages and safety aspects that are changing all the time as well, that our community has requested from us. So we will be able to pull from that list anything that attracts a subsidy at quite short notice, I'm sure. Just on it, my main concern at the moment is just with our existing allocation towards the promise to the Taumata Makuku community to throw our whole community board budget at a footpath there this year. My concern around that was a little like being in line, I guess, with putting shade cells over our playgrounds in the future, is that we would like to see the whole space placemaking side of it, and we were assured that we would get the appropriate lighting and connectivity to the bus shelter and toward the township for that community. So I'm just looking for some assurance that we're not going to end up doing a footpath that won't be fit for purpose and have the safety lighting or the amenity lighting that the community requires to actually make that you know, a really great finished project. That's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Dave Collard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Carter. Just further to Rachel's comments around pedestrian safety and footpaths, it's all very well for us to be putting in new footpaths, which I think are absolutely vital and essential, but pedestrian safety becomes fairly critical when we're not maintaining those footpaths. And what my concern is that, yes, we've put these things in, spent the money, and we're not following it with the maintenance that includes line of sight and the ability to walk on these particularly good footpaths that are going all over the place. And I think they are awesome, but we've got to carry it on. And I'm sure that it probably is an operational cost, but we do need to be looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I can't see any other hands up. Are there hands?
Your Worship, I think Councillor Radich wishes to speak.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'm voting against this because, well, I could tell you all straight, I have no faith in NTA. Never have, in regard to maintenance of our roads. And even the metric system to this very day is a mess regarding which roads are going to be still unsubsidised and subsidised. The extra funding, is it going to be an improvement through NTA? I doubt it.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Are there any other hands?
Right, a reply, please, Your Worship.
Yes, please, of course.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are in a public meeting, so I'm just going to respond that Councillor Radich's comments may create a perception in the public's minds that the MTA is failing us. I disagree passionately with that statement. I think the MTA are performing incredibly well. And this year we put forward an amazing activity management plan that sought to increase the levels of service throughout this district for the betterment of 71,000 people. The fact that the money was reduced by the Board of Waka Kotahi was indicative that 67 other authorities in the country actually took the same approach, and the pool was profoundly oversubscribed. We got the money that we got because the Crown at the very last minute tipped in a $2 billion loan. The details on how that $2 billion loan is yet to be paid back is not clear to anybody, so that's a future conversation to be had. But I just want to put on record my sincere and heartfelt appreciation for the work that the NTA and our staff have done in getting us to this position, which is terrific. I do want to believe, what's the word? I've forgotten, I'm having a senior moment. When you restate something, my concern with Audit New Zealand. Well, clearly the staff, they have a relationship with the Auditor General and they need to keep them on side. I don't. So I'm going to call it like I see it. We are in this hole because the Auditor General was unreasonable. In my humble opinion, they need to be taken to task for the outcome that their decision has put on road controlling authorities throughout this country. The effect might be minor if you got your full budget. The effect might be profound if you're us, and anything in between. I think their position was unreasonable, and I'm stating that for the public record. And I think that we need to take this up through the Chief Executive and through Will Taylor and his staff with the Auditor General and highlight the mess that their decision has left the ratepayers in this district. Where we are now in a position where we are not able to fully uplift the subsidy that is made available to us. And that's quite appalling. And I could bang on about this for hours, but I won't. You've all got my point.
You did right, you won't, yeah.
Can I reply?
No, Your Worship, I had reply reply, that's the end.
Yeah, Maddie, Anne's her right of reply as a
That's
second.
all right.
Yep, thank you. Okay, thank you all very much for that. We'll now put the resolution. Let me just get back to my, goodness. Just bear with me a moment. I'm sorry, folks.
Your Worship, it's on screen if it helps.
Yep, okay, so I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor
Against.
Radich? Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Busich?
Aye.
The motion is carried. Thank you all very much. I just now intend to, just as soon as I can find, there we go. I intend to interrupt the meeting to update you on COVID. I was told this morning, but had to keep it confidential till it was released. There is another new COVID case in our community up here. So the new case, it's linked, close contact of the existing case and has been isolating. Just so everybody knows that a new case has been found. I'll forward you this email as soon as I can so that you're all updated with it. Is there anything new in that one? No. Okay, thank you. So we will now go back to, just bear with me again. We will now, thank you for that. So that's item 6.3 done, and we will now go to 6.4 capital carry forwards. I just make the note that we did have in the agenda maintenance renewal context that'll now come up in committee. So I'll move this motion. Is there a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Court. Do you wish to comment?
Sorry, I forget you can't see me. No, I'm just shaking my head.
Yeah, thank you. I can see you actually, as it happens. Okay, does anyone else wish to comment on this? If not, we'll put the Felicity wants to comment.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to give recognition to our staff about the processes that have been put in place and that were discussed at our last meeting about the way that we forward plan. That relates to construction seasons, that relates to procurement processes, and particularly I can see that Tanya Proctor's here. Thank you to her for all her work and under Andy. I just wanted to publicly give recognition to that because we've made significant improvements over recent times, and thank you to our CEO and the staff.
Thank you, Felicity. There's no other comment, then we will, Anne, unless you want to respond, put the motion.
Your Worship, I just want to point out that
Thanks, Kelly.
Was it the committee meeting or in a workshop? I did suggest that staff speak to this report, but yeah, just noting I barely understand how this works. I wonder if the public do, but never mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for those comments. Right, can we have the vote up, please? I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
Favour.
David Clendon?
Aye.
Dave Collard?
In favour.
Felicity Foy?
In favour.
Maddie Radich?
Abstained.
Thank you, Maddie. Rachel Smith?
Support.
Councillor Kelly Stratford?
I'm going to abstain as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And John Busich?
Thought.
Okay, so the motion is carried. Thank you all very much. We will move to item 6.5, capital carry forward. Hang on. No, we won't. Reading the wrong agenda. 6.5, lease 6 South Road, Kaitaia to the Kaitaia Centre, Ngā Hauāwhina Incorporated. I'll move it. Do we have a seconder, please?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Felicity. Felicity, do you wish to comment to it?
No, I think it's really straightforward. Happy to
All right. I
continue with
don't
the
see
vote.
any other hands up. If there's no other comment, I will put the motion. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Agreed.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
It's carried. Thank you very much. Right, the Matari Bay wastewater treatment is now to be held over until we get into committee. And so 6.7, setting of the meeting schedules. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder, please?
Second, Your Worship.
And I just want to say to the staff, thanks for all the hard work that's been put in place. We have considered this earlier. Are there any comments on the schedule as proposed, Felicity? And then, sorry, can I ask Aisha to comment first, perhaps before you do? Felicity.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, I wanted to just remind you that there was an additional paper that was circulated, which we'll formally table and make available to members of the public after the meeting.
Thank you. Felicity, and then Rachel.
Thank you, Worship. I think the other elected members and staff know what I'm going to table because I do it every year. So I table to have 2 council meetings in Te Ahu, just to give recognition that it'd be great to go around the whole district. But I think that should be normalised that we do go around and do meetings in different parts. Out of sight, out of mind, and no mai haere mai tū te hoko. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity, and quite honestly, I never even looked at it from that aspect, so we will certainly work through that with Sean and Will and Aisha. Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just confirm that Councillor Radich has been muted, please? I just had a couple of comments around this. It's great to see it in front of us, and it's really fantastic to see the shift that we've made over this term to acknowledging school holidays. I really want to express my gratitude in that. I think we're nearly all affected in some way, shape or form by school holidays, so really, really appreciate that. I wanted to acknowledge the full day allocations for both our Assurance, Risk and Finance Committee and our Strategy Committee, acknowledging the space that we're in with affordability risks and climate change risks especially. It's really good to see us giving a really solid amount of time to those committees. I'm certainly looking forward to being able to take a bit more time to chair my meetings following our last couple as well. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. We've had discussions in the past at a council level about key stakeholder relationship development, and it'd be really great to see or to learn more about how we can look to implement that into our formal meeting calendar. So for example, I was going to raise time with Te Kahua Tānui, but I see there's a point made about that in the CEO report, so I'll raise that later. But especially our MOU partners, our central government partners, and our governance board of our CCO, those are all things that council have signalled a desire to be able to schedule more relationship development time in that space. So it would be great to see that, how we could implement that. I also just want to recognise the challenges that we're in with the district plan and needing to notify that, but also trying to strike the balance. So I just want to put my hand up as chair of Stratton Poll and ask that some priority be given to district plan workshops, acknowledging the huge amount of work that governance need to put in between now and notification to really have our heads around what that process looks like. So those are probably just my points that I wanted to raise. Otherwise, I'm in support of the calendar today. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
Your
Kelly.
Worship, sorry.
Oh, Felicity and then Kelly.
It was just a point of order. Do I need to formally move that as an amendment to have the 2 meetings in Te Ahu, or is the CEO happy to take that on board and plan that for the next year?
I think we'll assume that Sean and Aisha and Will and Aisha will take that on board. They, as you know, they've endeavoured to do so this year, but something got in our road, Felicity. But Sean, we'll leave that with you. We don't think we need a separate resolution at this stage.
Thanks, Your Worship. We can.
Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. When I looked at the calendar, I was like, oh no, I've got all these clashes with things, and I haven't managed to get to one regional transport committee meeting this year, Anne. But I missed the hearing for the Te Huku bylaws this week, and although I felt guilty, and I even had to talk it through with one of our colleagues this morning because I felt so guilty that I wasn't there, I was at something in my community in Moeroa that I needed to be at, and it was, you know, we've all got this, you know, we are a team. I can miss things. The hearings are hopefully recorded, so I can go back and watch it before, you know, we get to deliberations on the speed review. And I just note that there are conflicts. I'm not going to be at everything because I'm going to get to a regional transport committee meeting. I am going to get to the CDM and, you know, sit there in the background of Councillor Collard because I just like to, you know, be into everything. So I'm apprised of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just was going to raise a point of order, really, that this report is the formal meeting calendar. So where we meet will come later, and informal meetings such as those raised by Councillor Smith will come later or slot in around it. But I also needed to take the opportunity to just have a wee laugh at councillors are considered to be part-time. I'll leave my comments there.
Indeed, thank you very much. There's no other comment, so we will put the...
sorry, Mr Mayor, I've had my hand up for a little while.
Sorry, I can't. Aisha, can you just help me with hands because I can't see all the hands?
Sure, Councillor Clendon has his hand raised.
Thank you, just in case if I miss. Thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just responding briefly to Councillor Foy. I've no objection in principle to having council meetings at Te Ahu, but recall the last time we were there, the acoustics simply weren't good enough. We had members of the public virtually sitting on our lap because they couldn't hear what was going on. So if we're to have meetings in that venue, I'd want reassurance there'll be some provision of a sound system. A meeting where people can't hear one another is not going to be a satisfactory meeting for anybody. So I'd want reassurance that some mechanism, some technology, whatever, will be available to ensure we can hear each other, members of the public can hear us and we can hear them, because otherwise there is no point.
I've got to say the fact that they couldn't hear properly wasn't the reason why the person sitting on your knee told me. Anyway, can we thank you, David, for those comments, and we will take those into account because it is very important. Sean, if we can look at that, please, going forward. Okay, any other comments? I can't see any other hands up. If not, we'll put the resolution. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon. Thank you. Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Thank you, Maddie. Councillor Smith.
Aye.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Right, let me just see if I've got my next thing up. Okay, so thank you all very much for that input. So we turn to 7.1, the Chief Executive's report. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. Sean, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read. I do note that it is the July-August report, and here we are in November. That sounds a little bit outdated, I know, but you can maybe be able to appreciate that this is a comprehensive 8-weekly report, and the period September, October only just finished 4 working days ago, so a little bit caught out by accident of timing. when the December ordinary council meeting occurs, we'll only be 4 weeks behind in terms of the timing of that report, but is nevertheless relevant. It was a significant 8-week period where we recognise the 5th anniversary of the NTA, which the Northern Transport Alliance, which we're really proud of in terms of the way that's come along. I know there is dissenting opinion amongst elected members, as they're entitled to. But can I just thank Deputy Mayor Court for her acknowledgement of how different life is now running roading in the far north compared with the old days. This is some spectacular unit. Also of significance, we put in an application under the tourism infrastructure funding bids and got them all. So there's several bids listed in the report totaling 642k. And I just want to thank Andy Finch and his foresight to get Blair Houlihan onto a dedicated bidding process to try and get external funding, which every time it happens means the local ratepayers do not have to pay for these capital works, although I do acknowledge that they've got to maintain them for the rest of the asset's life, and we're very sensitive to that, but a really good piece of work with that external funding coming in. You recall back 17th of August saw yet again the beginning of another set of COVID rounds, and we're fluctuating through alert levels since then. I've said this before, but just reiterate that we're really still enjoying excellent resilience in this organisation for having taken the brave step of structuring for a permanent remote workforce, which is a hell of a lot more than just sending them home with a laptop to see if you can make yourself comfortable in your lounge. That was a comprehensive redesign of how the Far North District works for its worker strategy and council. And I might just note, whilst it doesn't pertain to this period, we've described what we've done here to a couple of award entities, and as of last week, the 2022 Australian Financial Review Best Place to Work Award covers Australia and New Zealand workplaces. Has just shortlisted this council for what we've done. And we've also been nominated for the Human Resources New Zealand Awards for what we've done. I just want to impress elected members that this is not small fry stuff. These are national and international awards that are recognising what effort we've put into a fundamentally different way of working. So COVID comes and goes, and it affects everyone in this district, but barely this council and its workforce, and above all its business continuity. So we're quite proud of that. Can I just say I'm really grateful to elected members for their tolerance going through this COVID disruption. These online meetings, you've given us more than enough grace to actually do them online whenever we've asked, and that's made a life a hell of a lot easier. And as you know, we've had to take you through compromised heritage precinct consultations, which we would have preferred to have done face-to-face, and so on. So thank you very much for that. The period also saw the governance and representation review culminate, and as of an hour ago, you've now approved formally the new structure of council, so that was a big piece of work. I take the opportunity to sing out to 8 staff members and the district plan team that were nominated by their peers in Love Your Work Awards, where every quarter we hold up people who are exemplary in the staff. And can I just, as a side note, thank Deputy Mayor Court for her patronage of these. It's great to have an elected member along, and I would invite any other elected members who want to just pop into those awards when they do happen. It means a lot to staff, so thanks for that. Also, a particular note in the period, building consents team, again, achieved 100% of statutory timeframe compliance on building consents and certificate of CCCs. And in fact, they need to turn building consents around in 20 days, and they're averaging 11 at the moment. You think of where we came from when we were basically 26% compliant. 2.5 years ago. This group is outstanding, and it's performing consistently at really good rates. There's a long list of other highlights in the executive summary, which I'd refer you to. They range from opening the new Northern Animal Shelter on Bonnets Road, which we thank Amir Carter for attending. There are some photographs of him locked in a dog cage, which got good circulation, right through to the elected member tour of FNHL.
They didn't want to let me.
That's right. We also had Amir Carter and others out at Far North Holdings Limited, Ngāwha Innovation Park, where we looked at 10 hectares of blueberry production, amongst other things. Fantastic development from our CCO, which will see 200 FTEs and trainees on site when it reaches full flight. I think I just finished by, since we're Publica watching, just by acknowledging the amount of work elected members are doing with the amount of turmoil in the sector. The Three Waters reform is really, we're just the supporting act as staff, but there's a tremendous amount of work going in from elected members politically around Three Waters reform, resource management reform, that local government review, through to the installation of Māori wards and what that actually involves to make it work well. I've listed 18 such challenges for our council, and elected members are indeed flat out trying to make sense of that with us as the future unfolds. But during the reporting period, these were certainly high on our radar, and they won't be going away for a long time. So myself and SLT would be happy to take any questions about this particular period.
Thank you, Sean. And just before we come to David Clendon and Rachel, I just want to add my congratulations not on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of our elected members for all the positive things that have been covered. I've got to say there's a wide variety of them, and you and your team are to be commended for that. It's very easy for us, and more particularly for the public, to poke the finger at the things that aren't going right. But sadly, unfortunately, there's not enough recognition of the things that are going right. And I've got to say, I'm very proud of the way in which we've made huge progress over the last 2 and 3 and 4 years. And things like building permitting, for example, the fact that we're getting selected between Australasian issues and those sorts of things. So it's a real pat on the back. So thank you. If you,
I'll pass that on. I'll pass that on, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Can we come to you, please, and then Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Sean. I'll just note at the end of August we had something like 28 vacancies, including some quite critical vacancies in asset management and the like. I just wonder how much success we're having with recruiting for those.
I wonder if Jill might comment.
Yes, through you, the Chair. We are getting reasonable applications through. The key areas that we're struggling with currently is information technology, but in infrastructure asset management and in resource consents, which was previously quite difficult for us, we are actually getting good candidates, and we're filling our key roles.
Thank you for that, Jill. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sean. I've got 2 questions and 2 comments. So my first 2 questions, page 179, it talks about a dialogue between the Mayoral Forum and Te Kahua Tānui. So that's really great to see that that's happening, and their request to be more collaborative with Northland councils. So my question is whether or not a relationship opportunity will become part of a regular part of Northland Forward Together, if there's any comment on that. My second question is page 185. It talks about the process around Northland Inc. and that joint regional economic development committee. Great to see that progress is being made there. There was a comment about statement of intent being developed, and I just, always the opportunist, I just wanted to raise a question around where we're at with early development and engagement around the Far North Holdings statement of intent. It's caught us up in the last 2 years, and we had signalled a desire to work on that a lot earlier this time. we'd started that work and then COVID happened. So I just appreciate an update on that. And then my two comments are, firstly, one that I've been repeating quite a bit lately, just echoing how hard it is to read reports when images have been snapped into pages. They become blurry when they're replicants, and I find myself with a headache after reading quite a few of those reports. So I just wanted to raise that again. And then the final point I wanted to touch on, there was some comments around the work that's happening in the youth sector across our district and the amazing mahi that's going on there. I just wanted to acknowledge the team on their recent Mayor's Task Force for Jobs grant of $500,000 towards jobs in Kaikohe, which we'll talk about going forward. But more importantly, it talked about our cadetship program, and I wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge Aisha Huriwai, who is our governance support superstar, and one of our first cadets, I understand, in this council, and celebrating her 15-year anniversary with council this week. So really just wanted to give her a shout out for being all things amazing to us on a day-to-day basis. So 2 questions, 2 comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rachel. I'll just put Will Taylor on notice for the question about the state of the SOI review for Far North Holdings Limited. When I just address your first point, Te Kahoa Taunui, we're delighted to say, have actually approached our mayor. They are the ones pushing for a more regular relationship between the regional governors and their body, which is the best thing you can possibly hope for, because we're not tapping on their door. It comes off the back of, in my opinion, the Whanaungatanga Ki Taurangi, which you recall was 7 iwi and 3 councils signed at Waitangi 2 years ago, and it was just it was a point at which we joined up shoulder to shoulder rather than face to face on some of the things that were challenges for the district. So it's really good to see that evolving. It's in the mayor's hands. It's a political issue at that level. The Te Kahoa Taunui are all bloodline. The chairs are all bloodline to treaty signatories. We'll take direction on what the mayor wants to do, but this is certainly heading in the direction that I know you prefer. Will, are you able to comment on the state of the next year's review of the CCO?
Thanks, Sean. I can kick us off and Jan will fill in the detail. We absolutely acknowledge the point that Councillor Smith makes, that the desire for members to be much closely involved at an earlier stage, and Janice and the team have already been working up on a plan. Do you want to just outline briefly what that is, Jan?
Sure, through the chair. We've been a bit more delayed than I'd hoped because the audit is taking longer, because our audit team is obviously locked in Auckland on a shutdown, so we're doing it remotely, so that has slowed us down. My senior financial accountant drafted the letter of expectation that we discussed at the workshop. I haven't looked at it yet. That's one of my next jobs to do, and then we intend to bring that back and complete that process with you before Christmas. So we're hoping to grab some workshop time this side of Christmas so that we can then get back to Far North Holdings and they're able to do their bit next.
We copied your comment on the resolution of the text. Councillor Rachel will sort that out. And thanks for your compliments around the youth sector work. You're pretty active even at the national level in that yourself. We also celebrate Asia since 2006. And you'll recall that last week we saw in 5 new cadets, which brings our total to 45 over the years. So we're still very active in this space, and I think we've got a total of 6 employees who have come to us out of those cadetship schemes, and we acknowledge that there are many other employers who've enjoyed the fruit of us investing in youth. So thanks for noting that.
All right, thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I just want to make a comment. I understand, in fact, that it's the 15-year anniversary of Aisha having put up with us all this time. So congratulations, Aisha. As I understand it, I hope I'm right. It's the information I have, and you have done and are doing an outstanding job for us, and you and your team. So we appreciate that very, very much. Right, if there's no other questions, we'll put the resolution, if I can just get to my so we received the report. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the next items, the Three Water Reform, the resident survey. And I have discussed this with each of you yesterday because information has come to hand that's confidential, 2 papers. And so I want to, and we need to make a decision on it under Standing Order 9.102, 9.1.2. And so I just want to move that we defer this until we go into committee. Do I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second that, John.
Thank you, John. Kelly, you've got your hand up on the motion, just on the motion specifically.
Yeah, I'd prefer to receive the resident survey because it is not confidential and have that other item as a separate item.
Yeah, so we'll deal with that. We will deal with that publicly when we come to it, but we'll just deal with it in the way that I've said. That we'll take it in committee, consider it, deal with the 2 motions that I intend to put forward, and then come out and adopt the survey in public.
Yeah, I wish to speak to the resident survey in public, that's all.
Yeah, sure, you can when we get, absolutely, Kelly.
Yeah.
Very happy to do that. So I've moved that it be deferred at this stage. Do I have a seconder, please? I think Anne said she was.
Well, I said that.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. John Busich did. I'm sorry. Sounded like Anne, John.
I'm sure
right.
she's delighted, John.
Yep. All right, I'll put the vote. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
I'm going off my memory because I can't see the voting. Thank you. Is it Rachel next?
Support.
And Kelly, is it? And then Matty, somewhere in there.
Oh, I'm going to vote against it because I...
Okay, that's fine. Matty?
Right. Aye.
John Busich?
Aye.
Felicity, did I cover you? Did. Okay. All right, so that's carried. So we'll just defer that until we come to in committee, and we'll deal with that as one of the first items up. So we'll now go to the item 7.2. I think I'm right. Have I got the community board updates? Aisha and...
That's right, Your Worship.
I'm right, Will? Okay, am I?
Yes, Your Worship.
Good. Okay, so I'll move this resolution. Is there a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Collard. The floor is open and we'll ask, I'm not sure whether Mike Edmonds was going to try and come on. I'm not sure whether he is, but we'll pass the floor to Adele Gardner and then to Belinda Ward to make any comments, please.
And then me, John, I'll put my hand up. If Mike's not here,
Thank you, John.
And Muku's away as well.
Yep, no, that's good. So Adele, if you've got any comments about your community board, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. I just wanted to highlight that we actually funded Te Waka Ora Tangata $1,304 for 3 new hires for family restoration graduation ceremonies, and we thought that was a good fund for our community board. And also we funded $3,000 to the Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust for their work that they do in our community. So other than that, the rest is all as read. There was no anything significant that came to our board at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Adele. We appreciate that. Belinda.
Your Worship, I believe Councillors Busich and Deputy Mayor Court have questions in relation to the Te Huku minutes.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay.
No, sorry.
John's reporting on Kaikohe, I think.
When it arrives.
Is yours to do with Te Huku or is it more general?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes, it is with Te Heku. Okay.
Because we have an item coming up in public exclusion to address the purchase of 8A Matthews Ave, but the minutes are in public, I'm not expecting Adele to answer this question at this point in time, but I want to signal that I would like an answer as to why the Te Heku community voted against a due diligence report at their meeting. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, if you want Adele to answer that when we get into committee, is that what you're asking? Okay, just signalling that. Aisha, have you got your hand up?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had expected it to come up in the commentary, but just an apology that the incorrect minutes are published on the agenda for the Te Heku Community Board. You have in front of you the public excluded minutes rather than the public minutes, which we will circulate to you in due course.
Okay, thank you for that, if that helps. Okay, any more questions of Adele? If not, we'll go to Belinda, and then following questions, if there are any, we'll go to John Busage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, just a few more issues from our board. There's 2 agenda items that have raised issues in relation to reserves in particular. The first was with nearly $100,000 of unbudgeted OPEX for removal and maintenance of trees at 3 separate sites around Kirikiri. There is a concern from the Community Board as to whether the approval of these unbudgeted funds will affect the ongoing demand for an increased level of existing service in our parks and reserve funds, and we would like that addressed, please. And we will be raising it at the annual plan workshop. Concern has also been discussed around the lack of information in the reports that we're receiving, and in particular unknown costings. One example of that would be with at least $60,000 for the removal of a hedge at the Kirikiri Sports facility. That's the bypass one. That report came to us with costs that actually didn't include the surveying of the boundaries, the removal of the hedge, and the remedied works required on the grounds themselves on the sports field side. And questions around whether or not the adjoining landowner, there was no doubt as to where the hedge, the trees actually were planted. So just to bring reports like that to us, not knowing whose land it's on and whether there's a cost sharing and things like that, we really need a lot more clarification around that. And when you're talking $100,000 unbudgeted funds for removing trees, we supported the ones that were safety issues, the other 2, but that particular one we could not support in principle with the information given. The board has requested formally that a tree maintenance budget be added in the annual plan. So as I said earlier, we'll address that in a workshop situation. The second issue around reserves is the encroachment is also a growing issue with additional resources that will be required in the future for remedying in the line of surveying, site visits, delineation in the way of fencing, bollards, signage, and obviously we would welcome the ability to be able to charge offenders so that we can rectify these issues and through the policy and bylaw, which are the Parks and Reserves, which is being reviewed. So that's the negative. On a positive, brighter note, we had Chris Galbraith present to us a combined project with Kororākia Marae and the community over a Waharoa entrance gateway project for the Russell Wharf, the installation of a carved archway and po, which is a very exciting project. I know some of you will have heard about that. These physical works will take place in December, and we look forward to the second project that is proposed at Te Maiki Hill as well, and we look forward to the unveiling of that on the 16th of January, if you want to put that in your diaries. We supported a new 33 or a 33-year ground lease be put in place for the Russell Tennis Club, which they're excited about. We also approved the following funding applications, about 2,400 for Ngāti Rahuri Māori Committee towards Titi Christmas carols in the park at Waitangi. $3,000 also, as did the other boards, Te Hiku, towards Youthline Auckland for the work that they are doing in their Youthline services in our communities. Seems to be a huge growing demand there, with mental health issues in particular. Just over $3,000 to the Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust. This is to look at an exciting little project towards converting the BNZ Bank vault into the Te Hongana booking office facility, and $10,000 to the Kawakawa Huntavasa Charitable Trust to administer with the community groups a community plan to deliver moving forward. Just wanted also to echo Sean's sentiments in relation to Blair Houlihan. He was very quick off the mark with when the TIF funding was approved, and his communication is an example of excellence and no surprises. So we were able to put it out there on the ground to the communities that had received the funding and ask for locations and placements of the various things we were awarded. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Belinda, for that. John, can we come to you? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Are there any questions of Belinda? If not, John, if we can come. Sorry,
Sorry, we don't have any hands raised.
No, thank you. John, can we come to you, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to put some information. If you turn to page 323, there is a resolution, which is 6.5, entitled Steps to be strongly recommended and incorporated into the design. And this is the wharf at Amapari. The reason why was thought that be included and was the swimmers. They use that wharf, they leap off it and all those sort of things, and getting back on. So we thought if they can't get back on safely, there's a risk there. Also, Coast Guard use it as well. And it's convenient for pickup of anybody being rescued. And they use that ramp too, and then load up with various things. So that again makes that a lot easier for them. So that's that one. And on the second resolution, 6.6 on B, request the remaining footpath budget from 2020 estimate 80K. Just by way of background, that community board was ensured when they make a decision that they wouldn't lose that, and then they were told they did. So that's why that's actually there. So it was a bit of a concern to them. Also, I want to bring you to, which is on page 326, item 7.3. And there's a request that council delegate the powers to negotiate the terms of the Kaihau Play Centre lease to Chair Mike Edmonds, councillors John Vucic and Moko Tapania. The reason for that is going around in circles. The deadlock. The Play Centre has got an A rating. They're amazing what they're actually doing in two cases. It's a building that is losing value. They will pick up and do everything on it, and the community board does understand. In fact, Chair Mike Edmonds has done a lot of work behind the details. He knows who owns the building and the history behind it, and we could fast track that. So I would like, in fact, I would signal that I'd move that council delegate the powers. So it's an amendment. Delegate the powers to negotiate the terms of the Kaihau Play Centre lease to Chair Mike Edmonds, councillors John Vucic and Tapania.
I'll definitely second that. Aisha, you've got your hand up.
I'm happy for the Deputy Mayor Court to go first.
Oh, sorry, Anne.
Thank you, Your Worship. While I don't in principle have any matters in opposition to that resolution, I am always concerned when we act outside of good governance. And good governance would suggest that this needs to come to council with a staff report that talks about the terms of reference for that. As it's written, it's completely open-ended and could ultimately lead to an adverse ratepayer outcome. So my preference would be that it came with an accompanying report. Thank you.
Would you be happy with that, John?
I'll respond to that. I'll be happy to let it lie on the table, and others may want to comment as well. There is actually hundreds of reports that have gone around with the detail, including the proposal and including the costs, and there is there's practically zero cost to council in terms of what's been offered there. But I understand what's being said. I'm happy to lie it on the table. Why I've raised that is because in the past, and this is where the Okanga Community Board is nervous about, they've made recommendations which have been lost and ignored. So I'll put it on the table. I'm happy to leave it lie on the table, but I just want to point out this matter is relatively urgent as well. It's been over a year that we've been going around the circus on this one.
Thank you, John. And I just want to comment, it's called localism, actually. Aisha, you still want to comment before Kelly or Rachel, or are you happy to wait till after?
Caroline, as my manager, also has her hand raised, so I think I'll defer to her.
Okay, Caroline.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We provided feedback to Chair Edmonds on this matter a few days ago in preparation for their, I think it's the 8th of November Community Board meeting. The lease is in current draft with staff and is being currently negotiated through the process pending confirmation of who will actually purchase the property, I think it is, and sorry, I'm a little bit hazy and unclear. Then it will follow the due process to come through to councillors for ratification. In terms of that's for the lease. In terms of the delegation itself, we're simply waiting on the form as per the process, requesting for that delegation to be considered and then to come via a report to council for approval. So once we have that, we can take that through the process.
I guess if I can just add to that, Your Worship,
Sure.
Through Council Vucic's leadership, staff have been working with the Community Board Working Party. So how we follow through delegation requests such as this has been through that working party. So we have their approval on the process that we're looking to follow.
Thank you. Thank you, Aisha.
If I can comment on that, Aisha, you're correct. I've been leading the working party, but the working party is looking at how we can improve the process. It's not actually to be in the way of the process. So just a bit of clarity there. And just on this though, as I said, I responding also to Caroline, I had Mike Edmonds ring me, and that's why I've raised it this morning, saying, look, here's a matter that I would like you to raise. So I don't know what the correspondence is, but I said before, I'm happy to leave it lying on the table. But now that we've got it there, I have the confidence that it'll be dealt with.
Thank you very much. Rachel, you had your hand up. It's gone down now. Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight what Councillor Vucic said about this been going on for over a year. I remember being at a community board meeting last year in Kaikoura about this, and then it did come to council in December, and we don't seem to be making any progress with this wonderful local team of people that want to use this building that I used to go to for play centre workshops to expand a commercial operation, yes, but for services that are in high demand in our community. Yeah, let's find the pinch point and make it happen.
Yep, well done. Thank you all. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, we'll put the resolution. We have the vote up, please. I'm in favour. Thank you for the report.
Clarity.
I beg your pardon, John.
I just wanted clarity about there's amendment that I put out there. So are you saying that we're going to?
Yeah, I thought you said you were going to let it lie on the table.
So maybe I should. So someone wants to move to let it lie on the table. Is that the process we go through?
Bishop, I raised a point of order.
Yes, please.
We've heard from Caroline Wilson that the lease is in draft and it's coming to the community board for the 8 December meeting. The matter is in train. There's nothing to be advantaged at this point by moving the resolution.
I said I'm happy to leave the resolution on the table. I think Aisha's got her hand up, so should we move and second that?
Aisha?
It's Caroline that has her hand raised.
Caroline.
Sorry, if I may,
Okay.
just a point of clarification. The lease itself is not coming to the community board. It was a response to the matter that was raised in preparation for the next community board, so the community board could understand what the situation currently is with the lease and with the delegation. So just wanted to be clear about that. So there are no unmet expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Through the chair, Aisha, can you just give us advice? We've got a moved and seconded motion. How do we want to deal with that, please?
So Councillor Vucic has moved a motion and we've got that His Worship the Mayor has seconded it, and we will require some clarification on the wording of that motion. But I guess just to the Deputy Mayor Court's point that you don't have a staff's report and nor have the community board received a staff report to provide you with sufficient information under the Local Government Act to make a decision. That's fully aware of all of the implications and possibilities and options.
So, John, what about if we you withdraw and I'll withdraw, and we just note that we're expecting this to be progressed in the next fortnight or so, and
that's what we said a year ago, John.
Right. Okay. Right.
So I'd actually like to leave it lie on the table. If we can just leave it lie on the table, that's fine. And remember, this is just simply looking.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm happy just to leave it lie on the table if it allows us to move forward as a meeting.
Are you happy, Aisha?
So that takes me back to the point that if you want to have us record in the minutes that a motion was moved and seconded rather than being withdrawn, we'll need clarification on the wording for that motion.
I'm back again. The motion is actually on page 2, on 3 to 6, if you like, is the request. Council delegate the powers to negotiate the terms of the KIA. So I read exactly out of that.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Aisha? You all right with that?
Yes.
Good. All right. So now we'll put the resolution that we...
bad network quality.
Sorry, what's that, John?
I'm just wondering if you're hearing me because I'm getting a bad network quality signal there. So on page 326, the wording is very clear there.
Yep, we've got
the
chair has everything you need us to have, Councillor Vucic. Thank you very much. We're all good.
Thank you.
So as I said, I'm happy to leave it lying on the table.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the process. Do we need a seconder?
Making sure that's recorded.
Move a seconder for that.
Yes, please.
Right, we all good to vote? We're going to now vote on the community board updates, October.
Point of clarification, Your Worship. Are we voting on letting it lie on the table, or are we voting on the community board update item?
We're voting on the community board resolution.
So, Your Worship, did you want us to just put a note in the minutes that a motion was proposed, moved and seconded and agreed to leave on the table?
You happy with that, John?
Yep.
Thank you. Right, so the resolution we're voting on is receiving the community board updates. We'll have the votes when you're ready, please. I'm in favour. Anne?
Opposed.
David?
Aye.
Dave Collard?
In favour.
Felicity Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Radich? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Okay, so that's carried. So we're going to do the council action sheet as next, and then intend that we will break for lunch for an agreed time, which we'll talk about. And then when we come back, we'll go into public exclusion, and the first item we'll deal with will be the Three Waters reform issue. So I'll move this. Is there a seconder, please?
Yeah, I'll second, John.
Thank you, John. Okay, John, do you wish to make any comments? Or no, we might just leave it to our Caroline and Aisha and the staff, Malima, to comment on it if they wish.
Your Worship, I think we're happy to take it as read and just receive questions.
Okay, are there any questions of the staff on this paper, please? Thank you, Aisha. No? Oh, yes, Kelly's got a question. You're on mute, Kelly.
Sorry, I was just
Rachel's got a question. Kelly.
pressing the mute button because I couldn't find the page that I was looking for. Is it in date order? Oh my God, where is it? Sorry, just pages after pages.
Maybe if you recall the subject matter, we can help you find it.
Yep, it's the committees, establishing the committees. Māori appointed representatives to committees. Yeah. It's not on there still. I think I keep bringing it up. That's a separate action item from establishing Māori wards.
So you're looking for a progress update on the appointment of Māori representatives to our existing council committee structure?
Yes, yep. Because it was, I can't remember the wording, but it was quite, it meant.
I think it was to immediately consider.
Immediately, yeah.
Will's got a comment, I think, on it.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. This is a piece of work that Darren and I will be happy to give members an update on offline.
Okay, you happy with that, Kelly?
I'll just ask again that it goes on the action sheet, please.
That is fair enough, Your Worship. We've got that noted. Thanks, Councillor Kelly. Appreciate it.
Touch wood, we don't all, disappear. The purpose of the action sheet is to record our resolutions to be actioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know at least one of us is going to disappear, that is. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to gain a bit more understanding, and apologies if we've discussed this in the past, but I couldn't recall. Resolution 2020/25 in regards to specialty lighting in the Kawakawa and Kaikohe areas. We had previously agreed to consult through the long-term plan on a targeted rate for that, acknowledging that there were other schemes in the district that we needed to look at how we were going to address them as well and ensure equality in level of service. I note that the targeted rate wasn't consulted on through the long-term plan, but the notes say that the under veranda lighting scheme in Kaikohe and Kawakawa has been funded annually, which is excellent news. But I recall, and perhaps Adele might be able to jog my memory, that there were some, especially in the Te Hiku wards, that were looking to need to achieve the same level of service. So I was just wondering if there was any commentary on how we didn't consult on it as a targeted rate, because that's a bit of a process slip that I'd be keen to avoid going forward, and B, whether or not there was further conversation around any other lighting schemes in the same situation. Thank you.
You got comment on that, please?
Who can comment on that from staff, please?
Belinda, from somebody from staff can comment, or are you able to comment, Belinda?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Your Worship. So Rachel is quite right. The Kawakawa Community, our business association, has historically come to the community board for, due to lack of affordability, to supply under veranda lighting in the CBD area, and it became very, very dark at night. We were just left with the state highway traffic lights, And it got to the point then when the Kaikohe community or somebody else came forward and said, well, we can't afford our under veranda lighting either. So the larger discussion was had, and it turns out there are a number of villages and communities that are deemed unsafe due to the fact that they can't afford the under veranda lighting. The issues in Kawakawa, Kelly might be able to elaborate on, but as I understand it, some were hooked up, wired up to the shops, and some weren't. It's a real mishmash. Some were old and defunct. So it was going to be looked at district-wide to get that equality of service in all areas, and I'm not sure where it's gone to from there.
Hey, Janice, are you able to add comment? And Kelly?
Through the chat.
Oh, Janice.
I can't comment on the state of the lighting, but I can confirm that the funds that were discussed in the paper that came to council in the previous financial year were included in the budgets for the long-term plan. So they're sitting there as grants available to those associations to draw down on to maintain those things. In terms of the targeted rate, it was specifically requested for Kaikohe. And we did go out with a consultation exercise for Kaikohe, and the business people declined a targeted rate, which is why it didn't go any further.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Your Worship? The scheme is required, and so towns like Kaikohe, Kawakawa, and some of the shops in Kyle, because they're on state highway, they don't get the same application of local lighting that the other towns do. Like say in the Paihia CBD or Russell, for example, you know, they've got those fancy lighting and everything like that. We don't have that because we're on the state highway, and the shops are set well back from the state highway lights. And so the Kawakawa community came up with a scheme which is similar to what Kaikohe have, and because the business owners that were originally there, like 50 odd of them, changed hands, we're now about 50% of absentee landlords. We needed a way to make sure that the scheme was subsidised so that there was effective lighting in that busy state highway pedestrianised centre, which, you know, when the borders are open, we have a lot of international, you know, and domestic tourism. So it was part of keeping them safe. And we've got CCTV installed. Doesn't work without lights. You know, you can't see anything. And I don't think a targeted rate is fair because it's not just, you know, Kaikohe. It's not for the benefit of Kaikohe or Kawakawa businesses. It's for the benefit of the public, of which they're not all locals. But I welcome the opportunity to have that debate, but we didn't consult on it this time, and I saw the funding in the LTP was allocated, and I just honestly kept quiet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of
Anne
clarification.
or Rachel, yes.
Apologies. I wasn't questioning the viability of the schemes. I want to be really clear on that. They're excellent schemes. I was questioning whether or not we had done the work to look at whether there were other schemes in the district to make sure that we were addressing it on a district-wide basis. So I just want to be really clear on that question. But I'm happy to take the answer offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you can make a note of that, Andy or whoever's net, respond and help Rachel. Anne, you've got a question or comment?
I was just going to raise a point of order, Your Worship. We tend to, with love and respect, redebate these things, and that is not the point of the action sheet. The resolution is quite clear. Agree to consultation for a targeted rate to be added to the long-term plan for the future funding of these schemes. Councillor Smith was just asking for a progress report. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy, you wanted to comment or you're okay?
Through the chair, I think I'm okay. I think if there is an outstanding concern, we do have a OPEX workshop next week, and of course elected members can ask for additional OPEX pressures to be included in that should they choose to do so.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, if there's no other hands, I'll put the resolution.
Can I come in, Mayor Carter?
Yeah, Matty, have you not found your hand raised yet?
No, I bloody haven't.
We must get someone to find your hand raised
Anyway,
for you.
on page 343 regarding Kaumamau Road. Now, last Tuesday at 10 a.m., council staff member Jamie Jones, Fulton Hogan, Gavin West and myself removed all the obstacles on that road. They're all gone. Fortunately, there was no repercussions when we did it. And now the road, when those obstacles were on that road, it was only 3.5 metres wide. Now it's the legal size of 6.8. But it has been done. And hopefully now those people in Kaumamau can carry on with their lives. We also had another meeting last Friday at the Point, and NTA were there and told us that the speed hubs will hopefully be up at Christmas, and there will be a dust suppression done outside the Hecker property, even though it's outside the 25 metres. The sad reality of all this, it took us 8 months. 8 months, and it has infuriated the people of Kaumamau. They're pretty upset about the whole bloody thing. So we're going to cross our fingers, hope now that there are going to be no repercussions. There's already one locals that's been targeted, and that worries me. But as we all know, the affected party, particularly Tracy Hecker, she's now been given an opportunity to go to the Maryland court. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matty. And if you wish, I've organised with you and I and Sean towards the end of this, when we've just completed this meeting, for us to have that phone call if you still wish to have that.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Sean,
you.
if you're available, that'll be fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. So let's put the vote. Thank you, Matty, for that update. I'm in favour.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Agree.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Favour.
Thank you all. So that's carried. So I intend now for us to break for lunch for 20 minutes and be back at 1 o'clock, unless there's any reason why someone thinks that's not long enough. You all happy with that? In which case I'll declare the meeting adjourned, and we will resume at 1 p.m. recommenced, and I will move. Just bear with me a second, please, folks. I will move that we go into committee, exclude the public. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yeah, I'll second that, John.
Thank you, John. Right, can we have a vote on that, please? I'm in favour.
In favour.
Aye.
Just got to get the vote up. Was that you, David?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Aye.
Dave Collard, Felicity.
Aye.
Maddie, thank you. Rachel.
Support.
Kelly.
Aye.
Moko.
In favour.
And John Busich.
Aye.
Okay, so we're in committee. So we'll confirm the public Thank you. Now, if we can come to the report on the, I've just got to dig it out now. If I can find it. On the Three Waters reform was 7.2 in the open meeting. I'll move that report. Do we have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
I'm happy.
Thank you. The floor is open. Kelly, you wish to make comment on this
Yep.
report, please?
Yep. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I just want to thank everybody that was able to participate in giving their thoughts on the Three Waters reform. I do also want to highlight that a lot of the feedback was quite comprehensive in why we should be working with the government on Three Waters reform, given our decades of insufficient addressing of our Three Waters infrastructure. And yeah, just know that there are a lot of people that weren't able to participate in this and giving feedback as well. So I want to highlight that there hasn't been an equitable opportunity for everyone to participate in this, given the COVID impacts. So it's been by phone or online, and not everybody has access to those things in our district. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for those comments. We appreciate that. Is there anyone else wants to comment?
Councillor
Rachel?
Smith, and then Councillor Court.
And then.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just echoing the comments of Councillor Stratford, it was great to see such robust feedback, and clearly people have taken a lot of time to give the feedback. There are a couple of points, especially in the opt-out. I just wanted to clarify, and I'm happy to be corrected, but my understanding is that the Three Waters reform will only apply to those connected to reticulated services. And what I learned from the feedback and the opt-out especially was that there is a lot of confusion and questions asked around that. So if you're on your own wastewater with your own tank servicing your own home, the Three Waters reform effectively does not impact you. So I just wanted to clarify that. I did have a question, if anybody is online who's able to answer it though, Your Worship. I noticed that there were 3 categories for living situations. Just trying to find them, but I think it was urban, semi-urban and rural. And I would be keen to understand whether any of those categories were set in accordance with being connected to reticulated or not, knowing that only 30% of our district is reticulated. Just to help me understand some of that feedback, that was my only question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I don't know whether Andy or Glenn might have. I just make the point that a reticulated system is any system which has 2 or more households off it. And so churches are reticulated, public, Marais, of course, football clubs, whatever, netball clubs, they're all public, and we don't know yet just exactly what impact this will have on them. That's still being worked through. But I don't know, Rachel, we might just have to take a note of that question and find out for you if we can. Okay, Anne, you've got a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just a statement. And I didn't know that I had a statement to make until I listened to my colleague, Councillor Stratford, where she said a lot of the submissions were quite comprehensive on why we should be continuing to work with the government on why we need Three Water reform. And so my comment is I did not receive one submission, and I received hundreds of submissions that supported that statement. So I'm wondering if Councillor Stratford gets emails to me, which is quite possible. But the respondents, 85% of the respondents in the public online survey think the council should opt out. That is a profound poll result, and it would be one that we would be very wise to take on board. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, there's no other comments?
Councillor Collard.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Dave.
Yeah, just in terms of the commentary from the public, I think that during the course of the last, or since the Three Waters topic has come up, I have only spoken to 2 people that have actually been positive about continuing with it, specifically with the central body control in Auckland for Northland, and that would be Kelly, and Sean would be the other person that has said we should be going there. So everybody else, bar none, has had no support for it whatsoever. Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. Felicity?
Just quickly, because I think that everyone's been a bit negative, but it's been a long day. I think, and I agree with Councillor Court's previous messages, that people aren't against specialists taking over the governance role of managing water in New Zealand. It's just a lack of information that we've been provided. We don't know about development contributions. We don't know about planning for growth and prioritising for growth. We don't know about the governance model and how that will work in terms of actually providing true voting power for the Far North. So why would we vote for something that we have so many unknowns? It's purely risk management. Thank you.
All right, everybody. I think we've probably covered that as far as we need to. I'll just finish on this note. I want to thank everybody because it's been a long day, but thank you for your patience and your input. And wherever you are, particularly up here with the COVID issue and what Felicity just told us, we're quite challenged. I was hoping that by Monday we would have enough evidence to link the current holders and maybe go back to level 2, but I've got to say that's not likely now. So we'll just wait and see. I'll keep you posted as I get informed. I've got a meeting tomorrow afternoon, I think at 4 o'clock, with the Prime Minister's officials to talk about where we're up to. And so I'll probably have a better idea either Friday night or Saturday. So we'll keep you posted as COVID goes. I'll keep you posted as best as I can on the local government stuff. And between us, we'll give you an update on next. And I just want to surprise you all on the Three Waters. I just want you to know I'm an opt-in. I'm going to opt into a glass of wine right now.
No, you're not, because we have to vote on this paper.
Oh, do we have to vote on it? I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Well, I'm in favour then. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Anne?
In support.
David?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Felicity?
Aye.
Maddie? No, he's not here. Rachel?
Support.
Kelly?
Aye.
Moko?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Right, that's carried. So once again, can I thank you all? Can we just take that down so I can see everyone, please? Thank you all. And Kelly, am I allowed to go now? Do an opt-in to a glass of wine?
Should we do a closing karakia?
Of course. Of course. Are we all finished? Are you going to do it for us, Kelly?
I can do it. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou ariki o ihu karaiti me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amene.
Thank you once again, everybody. Drive carefully if you can. If you're not like some of us up here, we're stuck. We got nowhere to drive. But
we don't
anyway, thank you all.